Good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Symposium on Open Government. My name is Eugene Lee. I'm Deputy Director of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. I'm pleased to host today's event under the theme of Open Government Innovation, Advancing Partnership and Co-Creation for Problem Solving, where we will explore how open government can address challenges that we are facing today. Before we start, I'd like to invite Deputy Minister Youngsuk of Digital Government and Innovation Office, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, for his opening remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Symposium on Open Government. It is a great pleasure to see so many representatives from the government, civil society, academia, and international organizations working together to create open government. It is a really meaningful opportunity today. In particular, I'd like to welcome and thank Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, Mary Beth, and the staff of the OECD's Digital Government Unit for traveling all the way from Paris to Seoul. Today, we face a complex and diverse set of challenges. The number of issues that directly affect the lives of future generations, such as population decline, shrinking of local cities, and climate change, is increasingly dramatically. These are not just stories of one country, they are global issues that cross the national borders. In order to address these global challenges, we need to focus on three things. First, governments need to be more transparent. When governments open up and share their resources, they can provide important clues to solving problems. Second, governments need to partner with their people to find solutions. Working with people from all walks of life, such as civil society, academia, and youth, can help identify and try different solutions. Third, we need to collaborate across borders. As we have seen from our experience in overcoming health crisis, we are better able to solve problems when we work together and support each other rather than relying on single countries' efforts. The thread that runs through all three is open government. I believe that transparency, integrity, accountability, and stakeholder engagement, which the OECD has identified as open government values, are the keys to solving our city's problems. In that sense, I hope that the Global Symposium on Open Government, which is being held today, will be a place where all of us can find solutions and pledge our cooperation in the current era. The national vision of the Republic of Korea states that it will contribute to solving global problems as a global pivotal country. As a member of the international community, Korea will take the lead in realizing open government and strive to create a better society for future generations. Once again, thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your insightful remarks. Now, I'd like to welcome Deputy Secretary General Mary Beth Goodman of the OECD for her remarks. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be joining from virtually. I am Mary Beth Goodman, the new Deputy Secretary General at the OECD, but I am not new to the open government movement, and I could not tell you how any more excited I could be to be here today. Deputy Minister, distinguished gentlemen, all of the colleagues from the OECD and the government of Korea, and particularly the Working Party on Open Government, a big welcome, but most of all, let me welcome you as open government champions, because that's what you are, and that's what we're asking you to be moving forward as we really think about these issues in a much more complex environment of today. It is a great honor. Let me first say that the work that we have seen by the Deputy Minister Lee and the Open Government Committee here under the Ministry of Interior and Safety, the Korea OECD Policy Center and the Korea Institute for Public Administration has been exemplary, and we're very grateful to all of the people behind the scenes that worked so hard to pull together this symposium on open government innovation. Korea's strong commitment to the open government agenda has truly been commemorable. We have seen this time and again with Korea stepping up, and its leadership extends well beyond borders, well beyond the region, and is truly exemplary, as I noted. By hosting the third Summit for Democracy and supporting the OECD's work on trust in institutions in democracy, Korea has demonstrated a profound dedication to advancing the broader global democratic governance agenda. It's truly a crucial contribution at a crucial moment. In the face of major environmental, demographic, fiscal, and technological challenges, governments need to step up their efforts to strengthen trust in institutions and democracy. Low trust environments are a threat to the effective democratic governance. Recognizing this, at the OECD, we developed the OECD Trust Survey, which is a key tool to help governments identify how public trust is evolving and how it varies across the population. This survey is also the backbone of our OECD Reinforcing Democracy initiative. In July, we released the second of these OECD Trust Survey results. The results show that across the 30 OECD countries that were surveyed, and I will footnote that 25 of those 30 are also members of the Open Government Partnership, including Korea, 44% of respondents have low or no trust in their national government. That's a startling statistic. That far outweighs the 39% who express high or moderately high trust in their government. This is critical because low trust environments are a threat to the effective democratic governance, and continued low levels of trust not only damage social cohesion and political participation, but they also limit government's ability to function effectively and to respond to complex domestic and global challenges. Importantly, this survey also identifies opportunities to strengthen public trust. I'm sure that you will not be surprised to hear that the survey shows that giving people opportunities to have a say in what the government does is essential in building a trusting relationship with citizens. Yet 53% of respondents believe that the political system does not allow people like them to have a say. And those who feel they do have a say tend to have low trust in government. If anything, these results call for us to rethink the processes of participation and representation that are at the very heart of democracy as we know it. That is why strengthening representation, participation, and openness in public life is also a key pillar of the OECD Reinforcing Democracy initiative. Of course, the principles of open government, such as transparency, accountability, and citizen participation, will always remain central to these efforts. But in this challenging context, and with so much at stake, we need to push the boundaries. Exploiting the synergies between open government, public sector innovation, and the digital transformation can help governments become true innovators and may offer new paths to give people a greater voice in decision-making. This symposium will discuss how we can make this happen. And I would like to challenge each participant here to think of at least 2 innovative tools that you can deploy in your work to help make this happen. Today's conversation is not a one-off conversation. We will need to build on yesterday's meeting of the OECD Network on Innovation, Digital, and Open Governments in Southeast Asia. And I encourage you to feed into what we hear today the work that you discussed yesterday so that we can truly build on that for this meeting of the Working Party on Open Government that will meet over the next 2 days. I know this is a busy but exciting week, and I look very much forward to the rich exchanges that lie ahead and hope that every one of you can share your experiences from your work in government in your country, and also use those experiences to help us learn from one another in this important meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for sharing your insights. Taking a brief moment, we would like to take photos of Deputy Minister and Deputy Secretary General. Can I have both of you on the stage? Rivera, Policy Analyst of the Digital Government Unit at the OECD, to the stage, who will be moderating the session and introducing speakers. Please. Arturo, the floor is yours now.
Hello. It's working, just checking. Right now, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Also with all the panelists who are joining right now for the first session of this important event, this symposium on open government. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Arturo Rivera. I am the policy lead in charge of the work on data-driven public sector within the OECD Digital Government Unit, and I also lead the work in Southeast Asia from the unit. But it's not about me. I think it's more important, to speak about the 4 panelists that we have right now together to be discussing about this important topic, which is public sector innovation. So let me introduce them. First, I would like to introduce a colleague of mine, Angela. Angela is the innovation lead at the OECD Observatory of Public Sector Innovation at the OECD. She directs work around innovation methods, tools, and capacity building. She is also leading the work on innovation portfolio exploration and anticipatory innovation governance. Thank you very much, Angela, for joining us. Then Mrs. Young Moon. Young is the Director of Administrative System Division at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety in Korea. Did I pronounce your name right this time?
Yes, that's perfect.
I hope so. Since Since joining the Ministry of the Interior and Safety in 2009, Young has worked on government innovation planning, opening public data, government organization management, and assessment. In her current role, she oversees and improves how the government works, changing, which I think is really important, the culture at the public office. Then we go with a new friend, I think, of ours, Dini Macfira from Indonesia. Dini is the Executive Director of Satu Data Indonesia. Satu Data Indonesia means One Data Indonesia at the Ministry of National Development and Planning, otherwise also known as BAPENAS. Dini is leading this important initiative, which focus is to govern data to become unified, up-to-date, integrated, accountable, and interoperable. And last but not least, we also are here with Lázaro. Buenos días, Lázaro. Lázaro Tuñón is the Deputy Director for Open Government in Spain. Before that, he was the Deputy Director of the Open Government at the Ministry for Digital Transformation and Public Administration, also in Spain. And before that, he worked as an Assistant Deputy Director of Open Government at the Ministry of Finance and Public Administration. With that said, I think we can go just straight to the point in the discussion for the purpose of time. And I think what is important is that before really going into discussing what are the practices on public sector innovation that these two countries are working on since some years ago, I think it's important really to frame the discussion so that everyone, all of us, are together under the same page. And for that purpose, I would like to start with you, Angela. As you certainly know, the OECD has different instruments which state the importance of public sector innovation. We have a recommendation on open government. We have a recommendation on digital government. We have a recommendation also on public sector innovation. All of these identify innovation as a key element of good governance. But before that, the important question is, what is public sector innovation for the OECD?
Hello, everyone. Very glad to be here. Angela Hanson, Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. We receive this question all the time. This word innovation is often thrown onto everything. Everybody wants to be more innovative, but what does that actually mean? The way that we define innovation is by 3 criteria. It's novel to the context, so it doesn't have to be new to the world, it doesn't have to be an invention, but it has to be new to you. Maybe it's been done elsewhere, slightly differently, but if it's new to you, that is one factor of innovation. Another factor is whether it's implemented. It cannot just be a fancy idea or some nice words in a speech. It has to be something that has been done in the real world. And these 2 are not unique to the public sector. The third one is unique to public sector innovation, and that is that it has an impact on public value. It doesn't necessarily need to be a positive impact. Sometimes we see negative impact as well, but it has to have an impact. So what does that mean? That means a change in public expectations around, for example, efficiency versus privacy, and how that is aligned with public expectations. Otherwise, it's just normally doing business. So those are the 3 things that we define public sector innovation.
Thank you, Angela. Do you have any examples that actually you can share with us, in particular, like trying to bridge really the topic of public sector innovation and or the 3 important topics that you just mentioned with open government, which is actually one of the key, if not the key, actually topic, not only of today's symposium, but also of the Working Party on open government. And I'm also curious maybe to know a little bit more about how system thinking it's embedded also in this discussion.
Yes, absolutely. So public sector innovation does not necessarily need to mean incorporation of a new technology. It could be a new approach, a new methodology, a new way of operating. So it's not always technology, but we see technology as a key driver of innovation and in open government innovation. Now, you mentioned system thinking, which I think is a really important point. System thinking is really taking a holistic approach. It is to understand complex challenges. So anything that involves human behavior, anything that involves public sentiment, public value, is by its very nature a complex challenge versus a complicated challenge or more of a technical or engineering type challenge. When we're using technology, it's important to think about the logic that's built into the technology that's being used. And is that serving the public purpose? Is that allowing the level of openness and the level of expectation of transparency and security and privacy that is expected by our citizens? This is an important point. So one example of an implementation of system thinking in government is a movement around mission-oriented innovation, which is a type of innovation that we're following closely in the observatory. This is governments taking on ambitious societal missions within a given time frame. And this requires a look at beyond isolated issues, looking at the interconnections, the unintended consequences of new policies, or the unintended consequences of existing policies, and orienting those in a new direction to solve a societal challenge. It could be around green transition, it could be around reducing cancer. There are many, many examples that we see. So what's important here is that government alone cannot solve these complex and systemic challenges. And that's why open government is very essential. And as DSG Goodman mentioned, this factor of people having a say in government decisions is the #1 factor for people having trust in their government. So this is a really important factor to keep in mind. Now, system thinking can be applied at a societal level. We can also apply system thinking within public administration systems. So this is looking across government silos and making sure that the innovations that are put into place are done with all of government in mind. So the administrative systems, the budget systems, all of the systems that need to be considered. Doing this effectively and efficiently is also a factor that can correlate with trust by citizens. They expect governments to be thinking about these types of things in an interconnected way. I think that's all I'll say to frame the topic.
Thank you, Angela. I would like to remind the participants that if time allows, at the very end, we will have also, hopefully, some time for Q&A. So please start just writing your questions down in the case that there is any follow-up questions you would like to ask to the participants. I was particularly curious about this discussion around system thinking and so on, because I think that it's also quite well connected to the work that Josun is doing in Korea, your current position, Josun, which is related directly to administrative systems and to the improve of how the public sector works. I think just trying to summarize a little bit, what Angela was mentioning, I think it's important to remember how driving the system is needed to solve policy challenges. So that requires having a well-equipped system, a system that is actually working in the practice. From your perspective, in your experience in Korea, could you please explain what this system is about from your own experience?
Okay, thank you for your comment, Arturo. And I will focus on more about the regulatory framework in Korea. And I think, as you mentioned, the Korean government, like many other countries around the world, is striving to design an efficient way to work process methods through public participation and open government. And I think the most important and first step is to establish system, I mean the laws and acts and other regulations for implementation. So the Korean government operates major two regulations. The first one is the Administrative Procedure Act, and the second one is the Presidential Decree on Operation and Innovation of Public Affairs. And the first one, the Administrative Procedure Act, was enacted in 1998 for the purpose of protecting, securing the fairness, transparency, and trust in administration through public participation, and protecting the rights and interests of the people. And inside, many articles stipulate the basic principles of administrative procedures aimed at expanding public participation and participation, communication, and cooperation. And the other one, the Presidential Decree on Operation and Innovation of Public Affairs, is too long, the name is too long, and this is also what was enacted in 1991 and stipulates more specifically about the government innovation and other public affairs. And it stipulates about the government innovation and collaborations. So the local government as well as the central government must follow these regulations such as promoting collaboration between public institutions and simplifying unnecessary work procedures and automating processes using digital technologies, breaking down unreasonable practices and innovating organization culture and so on. So it contains so many things inside the regulation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think, nevertheless, one of the key challenges that maybe most countries face is implementation, because you can have as many regulations as needed, but there is always the challenge of implementation. How the implementation of these regulations, which are part of the system, take place in Korea? How does that work in practice?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Arturo. And I also think that this is more important to implement and operate such regulations than just to establish the system. So the Ministry of Interior and Safety, where I work, makes and distributes government innovation plans and guide on how to work about inside the public office every year to all public institutions, including central and local government. And then each institution establishes its action plans and tries to implement it. And my division and other divisions in the ministry check the status and performances of the implementation. And if necessary, we diagnose and consult on tasks of other institutions. Also, external experts are participating in consulting process. Also, it is reflected in the evaluation of the annual government assessment, especially evaluation index includes the degree of public participation and cooperation. And all the evaluation committee members are made up of the outside experts. Yeah.
Thank you, Josun. Before going, I think, more into the detail and the discussion also with Dine and with Lazaro, I'm curious actually to hear from both of you what you think about what Angela and Josun has just shared, because they just touched on really important points. They touch on what public sector innovation is, regulatory frameworks, the importance of action plans. Also, I think they just, Josun just touched on the importance of participation in this context, and also a really key point that Josun just mentioned, it's on monitoring and evaluation, which I think it's important from a governance perspective. Does that echo anything that both of them just shared, what is going on in Indonesia and Spain? Maybe we can start with you, Jenny.
Okay. So thank you, Arturo. First of all, we want to say thanks for Ministry of the Interior and Safety Korea and also OECD for inviting us and also giving a chance for Indonesia in sharing what we've been done, especially related to the open government. And back to your question, Arturo, Indonesia, it's advancing the open government initiative, like what highlighted from Angela, that innovation is not always a new thing. We also following the global trends of the open government framework, and also highlighted what Ji-Young mentioned before. Indonesia invested not only in the open government initiative itself, that we agree, all of us agree that the open government, we are promoting the transparency and also civic participation and harnessing new technology. But beside of the open government itself, the Indonesian government also really specializing a program called Open Data Government, named as Satu Data Indonesia. Satu Data Indonesia in English is One Data Indonesia, Satu is one. So in line with One Data, we are preparing and we really promoting a unified data that can be accessible and available for everyone to do. And at some point, this initiative also want to like promoting the ecosystem of data-driven policymaking in Indonesia.
Thank you, Vinny. I think we'll have more time to discuss about this important initiative just after. Lázaro, do you have any views as well?
Hello, good morning to all of you. Good evening to those who are still under jet lag. If I had to echo something that I think it's very innovative, or maybe it's not innovative enough because it was introduced years ago in Spain, but I think it's worth mentioning, is the simplification covenants we are currently using now in the public administration. These covenants are subscribed by the public administration and different holdings, and they identify the barriers and different difficulties and complexities that people faced when they try to speak with the public administration. And this has been very, very useful in the past, and we want them to be reinforced in the future. Let me, for example, bring you one of the examples. We will be subscribing one with the platform of the third sector. The platform of the third sector in Spain is kind of a big holding with more than 20,000 NGOs across Spain, so it's big. They represent people with disabilities, people that sometimes face the most difficulties when attending the government. We are trying to focus on them and try to focus on the digital divide. That is something sometimes we don't pay sufficiently attention to. And I think that was one of the most useful elements we are including on the next 5th National Action Plan that we will be presenting by the end of this year. But if I had to mention one innovation or one thing we are doing differently as we did in the past, I think it's about listening. Before, we didn't listen enough to the citizens. For example, currently we are working on the 4th National Action Plan, but this was the very first National Action Plan on open government that was made out of the multi-stake forum. This program had a lot of participation, but the 5th National Action Plan we are currently working on has 3 times more participation. So somehow we face that listening to people, try to make them participate, leads us to have more participation. And this leads us also to have more trust in government because they feel they are part of the solution. And this is something I think we must bear in mind, that participation leads to more participation, and these also contribute to more trust in government.
Thank you, Lázaro. Can I ask you just a follow-up question? Because I think it's just an important point where you just touched how participation leads to more participation. how do you encourage actually maybe those population groups that might not be that much willing to participate? Is there anything specific that you do to try to encourage this participation?
For example, this platform of the third sector I just mentioned, we've been working with them almost for 5 to 6 years. And they've been very, very active in mainly communication and collaboration with different groups. We've had some encounters with youth organizations, with certain organizations of people with disabilities, with organizations of the elderly that sometimes feel that they are not sufficiently important for the government. And thanks to them, we are trying to reach all those niches that sometimes are not sufficiently appreciated by the public authorities, and we are making them part of the solution. So we want them to participate more and more.
Thank you very much. I think we can go back to that important point of inclusion, I think, towards the end of the panel discussion. I would like, nevertheless, to go again back to Dini to speak a little bit more about digital innovation and what you were sharing about Indonesia's initiative on open data. I am particularly interested to learn more about open data in Indonesia, what is going on in there, because open data, I think, provides the perfect bridge between digitalization and open government. It's this key axis in there, and also anything that maybe you could share on data-driven decision-making, please.
Yeah. So thank you. The uniqueness of Indonesia, probably all of you also understand that we are the 4th most populated country in the world with 280 million people as the population. So you can imagine how big we are. And then also when we are saying that the One Data Indonesia is a comprehensive effort from the government because we enhancing collaboration across the government, not only at the national level, but also from the local level. So when I really want to underline collaboration keyword, because as also Lazaro mentioned before, inclusiveness is very important when we are doing a program, because we're hoping that at the end, the data that we produce can be very valuable for not only for the government, but also for society. So when we underlining the collaboration, the innovation part, what we've been doing in One Data Indonesia is we are doing a collaboration by mixing 2 strategies. The first strategy is like a bottom-up and also top-down. So what I mean with bottom-up and top-down strategy, the top-down meaning like in the planning mechanism, we try to gather all the necessary and strategic data, what the government needs, especially when we are doing a planning for future planning, for the evaluation, monitoring, and controlling. We try to kind of gather what strategic data we need, and then for the bottom-up process, we are trying to making sure that all the aligned ministries and also local government, what they are required for their data and also what the society needs, it's going to be including in the planning mechanism for One Data Indonesia. So what I mean when we are talking about line ministries, so One Data Indonesia need to collaborate with 84 ministries and agencies, and we have 38 provinces across all the Indonesia, and the total cities that we have is about 514 cities in Indonesia. So you can imagine how big our collaboration is, and the number even for the population also very big. So we want really making sure when we are talking about collaboration and inclusiveness, we try to accommodate the needs from the government, which is top-down,
and bottom up from the society. That's the first strategy. And then the second strategy is we understand when we are understand where the needs of data making available is interoperable data. So everyone can do sharing, everyone can use the data itself. So the next strategy, how we can make sharing and handling government data to be qualified, accurate, and updated. So One Data Indonesia setting up a standard that need to be followed by all line ministries and also local government. So we want to making sure that the data that they produce will be very qualified. And the big thing from One Data Indonesia is we have an authority in Indonesia to deciding who's doing what, meaning whose line ministry is going to be produce what kind of data. Because we understand producing data, especially covering 280 million people, going to be very expensive. So we want to making sure that budget that we spend going to be very efficient. So we want to reducing a duplication of activity in producing data itself, and also making sure that the data will not be duplicated. So One Data Indonesia also has some responsibility in deciding who's doing what. So that's the kind of innovation that we have from One Data Indonesia.
Thank you. Dini, in addition to engaging, the 500 cities and trying to reach also the local level, I don't know if you could also further develop a little bit, how are you engaging also public officials within the public sector? Because I think public officials in themselves are part of the open data ecosystem. And I think sometimes they could be left at the very end of the policymaking cycle. How do you engage with public officials, especially, I think, in particular, given the context in Indonesia?
Yeah, so as I mentioned to you before, One Data Indonesia started not only jump into the producing part, but we also starting from the planning part. When we are talking about planning, here's is the kind of like a channel for us, for One Data Indonesia to gathering all the view, not only from the outside government, but also inside government. When we are do a planning, we engaging the civil servant, especially the view of them, what kind of like data that they're gonna be needs for them to do their work, especially when they want to do a planning, evaluation, and controlling. So we want to making sure that data going to be produced following what the needs of the institution itself, and also the people itself. And the next important point also, One Data Indonesia has a mandate to also supporting human resource development. So what I mean with human resource development, because we want to making sure that talking about data is very challenging. It's not only talking about AI, but also we need to understand how data gonna be managed, right? We need to understand what a metadata is, how to produce a qualified data. So One Data Indonesia has a mandate to also improving a quality of human resources, especially people inside the government or civil servant, and also all the parties that gonna be work together with the government. So when I'm talking about people here, I'm not only saying about civil servant itself, but we also kind of like collaborate with academia and researchers. Like academia, very important because the span of Indonesia, we have 17,000 islands, big and small island. So we believe that using only one data hand is going to be very challenging. So we work together with academia, universities to enhance the capacity of the local government staff in making sure that data can be produced, and especially data can be available in terms of like data sharing and also interoperable data. So at some point, when data available, everyone can use the data, and then we can create an ecosystem to imposing data-driven policy making. And at some point, the policy that we produce gonna be based on data itself, and we believe that the society can feel the value of data itself, because we understand data is very expensive, quote unquote, and we want to making sure that the society can feel the luxury of data itself. So that's the uniqueness, and also what we've been doing from with One Data Indonesia it's very unique probably in compared to other same initiative.
Thank you, Dini. May I ask you another follow-up question really quickly, and I apologize because I'm really curious, and I think that touches also about the question I would like to ask to Lázaro. You mentioned 700 islands, correct? 17. Okay. What's the role that digital participation play in this regard? Because you have a quite particular geographic situation, you know, so I would think that it's a little bit difficult to go and visit all the islands. Yeah. How do you manage that? You know, how do you embed digital in that participatory approach to open data?
Yeah. So when we are talking a very big span of geographic condition of Indonesia, we understand that when we are talking about digitalization, data, the big problem for us is infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure gonna be very important. That's why in every meeting, we always collaborate with the line ministries that responsible in providing infrastructure itself, because we want to making sure that the inclusiveness of digitalization can be applied for everyone, all society, and making sure that there is no one left behind when we are imposing a program that requiring digitalization. And after making sure the infrastructure also, as I told you before, Arturo, human resource is very important. So we also having a very big scholarship scheme that allowing all the citizens in Indonesia can go study abroad, even the most expensive university, you name it, we can send them. We want to making sure that the job creation as a result of digitalization can be also absorbed in Indonesia. And then after that, once we believe that the infrastructure is already there, the human resources also be enhanced, we are trying to making sure that the society, especially that really hard to have a connection with especially internet. We try to make an island, not an island, like a satellite office close to the isolated cities, if they don't really have the internet connection there, so they can access the satellite office over there to making sure that they can get services from the central government. Because that's very important though, even though we try to do our best right now, we understand like providing a service to the last miles, it's gonna be take a long time in compared to like in the big city. So as a remedy for that situation, especially for the isolated cities, we creating like a satellite office close to the city and close to the village, and try to making sure that people there, whenever they want to access the service from the central government, they can get the services. Yeah.
Thank you, Dini. I will ask a couple of follow-up questions to Angela and to June. Before that, just Lázaro, any comments on digital participation, the experience of Spain in advancing digital participation in the context of open government?
The scale of Spain is obviously much smaller than the one in Indonesia. As you would probably know, we have some softwares in digital participation that has been very, very useful. Let me name the CID Madrid at local level and also the CID in Barcelona. They've been two very useful platforms at local level that have been exported to other countries, and they've been very, very popular in the past and currently. But let me just bring one other example. At national level, we are currently working at AthLab. AthLab is the digital participatory lab we are having at national level. It has like 3 different departments or 3 different tools within this digital lab. First one is the groups or the communities. The second are the projects. And the very third is the library. Let me start by the first and the third. The first is the communities. And they've been very, very useful until now. We just give a digital space for authorities and citizens to collaborate. To collaborate in the way and manner they decide. This has been very useful until now, and it's not only useful in our department, that somehow they felt compulsory to use it, it has been exported to other territorial administrations in Spain. For example, Rivera administration, which is an administrative body that gathers with the issues of the river, how to use the water, it has been very useful in the dialogues with citizens. The water use is something that is something we all use water in our day-to-day life. We have the Council of Citizens on Traffic that can make consultations about traffic rules, and they work in AthLab. So they have a direct communication with transportation trade unions, with the users of vehicles, also about electric vehicles normative, how to implement them. So they are currently using AthLab. Or we will be using it from November on some universities on how they collaborate in trying to push forward new subjects in universities. So it has been very, very useful, and we don't give them any clue on which is the procedure to participate. We want them to self-organize. The third one, as I mentioned, is the library. The library, it gives us you resources to make participation in your organization. So we have different videos, different texts, and it has been useful, and it's open to anybody that has interest in digital participation. In fact, we organize regularly some seminars on participation with different universities in Spain. And the second one that I mentioned, but I think it's currently it has to be launched, and it will be part of the 5th National Action Plan. It's the projects. In the projects, we want to do something different as we did in the past. We want to have a focused participation. What I mean by focused, in the co-creation of the 5th National Action Plan, we had some inputs from civil society that wants us to work more on deliberative democracy. And we have the good work of the OECD on deliberative democracy, and we are taking the guidelines. Also, the good experience of our colleagues in Finland and Latvia on the national dialogues, and some adaptations to the Spanish regulatory system. So we want it to be a part of digital deliberative participation. And this will be a project in the 5th National Action Plan that is going to be launched in December. So all those 3 elements, as I mentioned, the communities, the projects, and the library, all the 3 are under this AthLab digital project. And I think it's one of the most promising projects we are currently undertaking now in Spain.
Thank you, Lázaro. Angela, do you have any views on this?
I heard a couple of very encouraging things from all of you. Moon, you mentioned innovating organizational culture in your example. So I was really encouraged to hear that is also a focus of innovation for you. We often hear when we look at the enablers and barriers of innovation in public sector is the risk-averse culture, and it's normal. It's normal to have a risk-averse culture because the kinds of challenges and issues that governments are dealing with affect people's basic needs, their human rights, their access to services that affect their health and their livelihoods. So it's normal to be risk-averse. And there also needs to be space and permission, particularly from senior leadership, which I'm encouraged to hear that there's a focus on, to create the enabling environment to test in safe-to-fail ways what could be done differently. Since our publication on core skills for public sector innovation, we realized that it's not only about being able to understand and put together a data system. It's not only the ability to do user-centered research. These are skills for innovators and policymakers, but managers and senior leaders, we found, are the core enabler of being able to actually apply those skills. Governments may have these skills within their administrations, but they don't necessarily have the permission to use them. So we find that it requires both, right? One agency that I worked with had an approach, when something went wrong, they would name, blame, shame, and retrain. And that is really not a good approach for allowing experimentation and change, and especially in the area of open government. Now, something I also heard was on listening from Spain. So technology allows never before the ability to have feedback loops from citizens. So technology allows this loop from you said, we heard, we decided. Because people they're not excited about being 1 in 1 million responses collected on a particular strategy. They want to know how their particular view has been incorporated into decision making. And technology is a great enabler of showing that path between what is said and what is decided. People want to feel heard and seen. And another thing I heard from Indonesia is this balance between top-down and bottom-up. Governments are not only responsible for solving people's issues today, but also balancing the needs of future generations. It's very easy to blame governments for not responding immediately to a crisis, but governments also get blamed for not seeing something coming from a long distance away. So something that we always advise in our innovation analysis is really creating this portfolio approach, having spaces and administrative structures to support both the bottom-up and responsive aspects, as well as the spaces and supports for the long-term anticipatory and future-oriented work. And governments are, of course, responsible for seeing into the future and taking action today. So I'm encouraged to hear about all the work that's going on across the globe.
Thank you, Angela. All of them really important points. Thank you very much for sharing those. Jung, is there anything you would like to share also from the Korean experience? Korea is leading digital government. Yeah. Korea is leading open government efforts as well. Is there anything from what has been just shared that you would like also, to give back to the room?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind comment. And I think that both of the countries' cases are very impressive. And I believe that the role of government in building a large-scale national foundation and promoting participation of government and other private sectors is very important as in Indonesia. And also, I heard about the platforms, AthLab and Westin. It's very famous, and I think it's very sensational and innovative. And we also are now operating some platforms like Sotong 24. This is in Korea, and it means that communication, 24 hours communication with government like that. And also maybe other countries must have many, many good cases, but to tell you one of the cases in Korea, I would like to talk about mobile ID, and which was recently launched. And this is makes possible to store personal ID, such as driver's license, on your smartphone, and can use anywhere the license needed. So people can use ID anytime, anywhere, without carrying a paper document or a plastic card. And I think this is one of the best practices in the field of digital government, but it also can be mentioned as an example of cooperation and between public and private sector. This is because consensus and cooperation with both sectors, such as National Police Agency and as well as private institutions like banks, hospitals, or even liquor shops are essential for this project. So yes, this is the explanation about the mobile ID. And there are also other cases in Korea, but I expect that many of the Korean panelists here will provide and explain more later. So, and we have no much time, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoon. I have one final question for all of you, which is going to be, I think, touching directly on the topic of digital inclusion, in the context of what we've been all discussing. But before that, I would like to pass the floor to participants. Is there any question anyone would like to ask? I would like to encourage you to raise your hand in the case that there is any specific question you would like to ask to any of the panelists or to all of them. Yes, please. So, someone please can handle a microphone.
Thank you so much. It has been a very interesting discussion. I'm from the Netherlands, from the Ministry of Interior, and we are also working very hard on providing a more open government. I was very interested in the example that the participator from Indonesia mentioned. On your one authority on collecting data of personnel, of people in the and I was wondering if how you deal with the topic of different government institutions that may need a different level of information about citizen, and how you organize. I'm not sure if this is too detailed, but how you organize that different government institutions collect those different parts of the data of the person and how you combine it then. And maybe also if it is that one organization collects basic data and then the other one continues to collect more data on the person and maybe also checks the first part. I was wondering if that's also happening. And in general, the comment that was made by Angela, I think from OECD, but you mentioned about how you make the things you do future-proof for future generations. And I would like to comment on that we in the Netherlands are piloting already for a number of years something called a generational check. So whenever a law or a policy is made, we try to look at how that impacts future generations. And it is very difficult. We've been piloting it for more than 5 years now. And we have then these checks for like 1 year from the moment that the policy applies, 5 year and 30 year. The 30 year we already noticed is difficult, impossible almost, to have foresight on. But I was wondering if other organizations or other countries maybe also have these kind of pilots on how you foresee what the impact on future generations is of policy now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. We are running short of time, so maybe Dina first and then Angela.
Yeah, so that's supposed to be going to be a very long talk. We can talk more about that. But in order to making sure everyone needs, we grab all the needs of all stakeholders. We creating like an online platform communication that can be accessed with all the line ministries and also from the national to the local level. So at the beginning, we opened the platform. This is the time for us to do planning for next year. So we asked all the line ministries and also the local government to input all the needs of their data into the platform, and then including the metadata itself, and also asking who's going to be producing this data. And then after that, we are communicating and discussing with the line ministries, asking, is it your authority and responsibility to produce this data or not? And then after that, we checking whether they have budget or not, because when we are talking about producing data, we require a lot of budget, especially talking about 280 million people. And then after that, if it's not, if the problem is budget, so we sit together with the Ministry of Planning to making sure that the budget's going to be available for next year. And then after that, if the government, if the line ministries agree to produce the data, we are making sure that they're going to be following the principle, the metadata, and how the methodology going to be for producing the data. So we are making sure that the data that produced going to be answering the needs of the consumer, meaning the consumer is for the government and also for society. That's the way, the shortcut of the way how we do. We have like a platform, so we can monitor, because you know what, even for next year, we need to produce about 6,000 indicators. Not so in under the 6,000 indicators, also including the variables to produce the indicator itself. So there is we need a platform to communicate the needs. So that's why we're creating a platform. We can talk more about that after the session. I'm very happy to share about that.
Thank you, Dini. We are over time, so hopefully we can take 1 minute. No, we can, no. So we need to move on. Apologies, but maybe Angela can answer to that important question during the coffee break. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I hope that this was an interesting discussion. I think it was. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for sharing your global trends and country cases. Let's give, yes, we already have. And we'll now move on to the second session, organized by the Open Government Committee Korea. The session will focus on engaging diverse stakeholders in problem solving. Let me introduce Professor Nam Young-jun, who's serving as civil society co-chair of the Open Government Committee Korea, as our session moderator.
안녕하십니까. 일단 시간을
Good morning. In order to save time, let me begin first of all. So we are going to start the second session. I am Nam Young-jun, and I'm the moderator of second session. I come on stage as a chair and moderator very frequently because I'm good at moderating, but the best part is to complete my session within the given time. So we need to solve all of the issues that we are faced with across the world. So that's why the government is making efforts to make people participate more and more. Transparency, integrity, accountability, and stakeholder engagement are important open government values and principles, and also by cooperation we can find innovative solutions. In this session, we will talk about how to solve these issues through open government and how we have cooperated across the government, civil society, youth, and international organizations, what we have done and what were the challenges, as well as the future directions for all of us. So in this session, we are going to talk about the engaging diverse stakeholders in problem solving. And then we have panelists from the governments, youth, community, civil society, and international organizations. They are already on the stage and they have saved their time. So let me first introduce our panelists, and I will start with the one on my left. So I have written down their names, and if I pronounce your name wrong, please let me know. On my left, from the Ministry of Interior of Safety, Korea, we have Director General Kim Joo-hee. And on our left, we have Kachu Holkeri, the financial counselor and head of the government policy. And we have Jung So-eun, the student of Ewha Women's University. And we have Ms. Shin Mi-hee, the director of Citizen Coalition for Democratic Media. And we have Mr. Davis Gosme, head of Open Government Unit from OECD. Sorry, Mr. Carlos Santiso from OECD. So you are given 8 minutes per panelist. So if I look insecure, please note that your time is almost up, so please keep your time. We will first start with the Director General Kim Joo-hee. So we have some of the systems available in Korea, such as KVOM and CCTV transport analysis model, which help to solve social problems in Korea. And how did the Korean government come to utilize data analytics to solve social problems and strengthen government capacity, and what are some examples of its use?
My name is Junhee Kim, Director of Public Data Bureau, Office of Digital Government Innovation, Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Let me talk about Korean digital transformation and data governance. Let me start with a little bit of general introduction, and let me take an example of the case studies. Since 1990s, the Korean government has been promoting the development of ICT technologies and advancing digital transformation as a part of national strategy. Entering 2000, with the rise of the fourth industrial revolution, new technologies like big data, IoT, and artificial intelligence started gaining attention. As a result, public data, which is the product of digital governance, began to be recognized as a valuable new resources, and data analysis is a critical tool for government innovation. The Korean government plans to continue expanding its use across the various sectors with advances in AI and data analysis. Let me take an example of AI and data analysis. One notable example of data and AI being used collaboratively by multiple stakeholders in the effort to prevent voice phishing in South Korea. This initiative involves the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, the Ministry of Science and ICT, the Personal Information Protection Commission, the National Forensic Service, and major Korean telecommunications companies. Voice phishing has become a significant issue in Korea, leading to substantial financial losses for many citizens. Recognizing the severity of the problem, the government sought to create a more comprehensive and coordinated approach to prevent such fraud. Let me tell you about the collaboration efforts together. First two actors are financial regulators and investigative agencies. These organizations play a crucial role by providing real voice phishing call data. To ensure privacy, this data is pseudonymized, meaning that personally identifiable information is removed and masked before being shared. This pseudonymized data is then provided to private companies specializing in AI technology. These companies are tasked with developing and implementing AI systems specifically designed to detect and protect voice phishing attempts. The AI systems analyze patterns in the data to identify suspicious activities and prevent fraud before it occurs. The collaboration extends to telecommunication and financial institutions, which work together under this initiative. The government supports this cooperation by improving regulations and interpreting existing laws to facilitate the seamless sharing and information and resources between these industries. This regulatory support is crucial in enabling the private sector to implement AI-driven solutions effectively. Through this collaboration effort, a sophisticated system can be developed that can identify and block voice phishing attempts before they reach potential victims. The AI systems analyze patterns in call data such as frequency, origin, and content to detect anomalies or irregularities associated with voice phishing. If you don't mind, maybe I can move on to the second case. This is about collaborative effort to prevent voice. The second case is AI in traffic monitoring and disaster safety. But rather than illustrating more details, maybe I have a second chance. I will introduce the kind of case. So this case highlights how Korean government, in collaboration with various stakeholders, is leveraging data and AI to address complex issues by pooling resources and expertise across different sectors. The government has been able to implement a more effective and proactive approach to protecting citizens. This example also underscores the importance of cooperation in digital age, where the challenges we face often require innovative, multidisciplinary solutions. So thank you for your attention and for listening to me.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 김준육 부장.
Thank you very much, Director General. She has explained about the cooperation among organizations and some successful cases in Korea. And in the case of Korea, data sharing and collaboration among ministries or the government agencies were very important topics, but they gave up on their ownership and then they shared more in order to strengthen safety and security for the citizens. And then we will move on to our second panelist who came from Finland. So let me ask Council Katsu Holkeri. So I've heard that in Finland, the government and civil society work together to address social issues. So how specifically do you work with the civil society, and what are the main outcomes that you can share with the world?
Thank you so much. And first, I just want to thank you for the possibility to be here today. It's really a privilege and honor to be in this global symposium in this lovely city. So thank you very much for that. Also, the topic is very close to my heart. Thank you for that also. I wanted maybe to start saying that when you engage diverse stakeholders and the civil society, it's also good first to look very near. What I mean with this is that it's important also to, when you link with civil society, to look for the whole of government aspect, to also include the different levels of government, local and regional together, and all of the different administrative sectors that are relative to the issue. So always that is one starting point, to also first engage diverse stakeholders in your own administration when you start engaging other stakeholders. And in Finland, we have a long tradition of engaging civil society actors and researchers in different problem solving, but there is always room for improvement. And I would like to give you two specific examples on how we have tried to do that, so to be better in engaging civil society. The first of my examples, and I apologize for those for whom I have talked about these issues before, so this is a little bit of repetition maybe to some, but the first of my cases and examples is our Civil Society Academy. This is actually a proposal that came from the civil society themselves during when we were making our fourth Open Government Action Plan. The idea behind this was that they saw a need of civil servants knowing or being better aware of how civil society organizations work and what is the changing role of civil society organizations in the society. We started building this Civil Society Academy jointly together with them. There are 8 different civil society organizations represented in the working party or in realizing this Civil Society Academy. It has developed in a couple of years. First, it was more like it included training parts, so really talking about what the civil society is about and how the roles are changing. We have changed that into e-learning courses for civil servants. So now the academy is more like joint work and dialogue. And these academies now also exist on the regional level. So we meet together, we dialogue, civil society organizations and civil servants. This is open to any civil society organizations, any civil servants who are willing to take part. But it's not just getting together and creating this mutual understanding and actions. It's also about building cooperation for problem solving and looking for weaker points to develop further, and also to making these contacts for being able to better than in the future engage each other as stakeholders for problem solving. And for instance, when we last had the Civil Society Academy before summer, the theme was our country's or our government's civil society strategy. That was the theme, and there the idea was how to jointly start implementing this civil society strategy, but also, of course, talking about what are the weaknesses of that civil society strategy. These kinds of, this civil society academy and working together is win-win because it's done jointly. So it's not just we asking civil society to help the government, but it's also we trying to be helping the civil society and being an enabler. So there is this kind of win-win attitude, and it's been quite successful, and both parties are quite happy about the Civil Society Academy, but there's always room for development in that as well. The other case that I wanted to mention is our national dialogue. Surprise, surprise to somebody who have heard many times me speaking about this. This I actually consider myself as a win-win-win case. Why? Because it bases on the idea that these national dialogues are organized by diverse organizers and anybody who wants to can organize a dialogue discussion. The theme of the dialogues in Finland is jointly decided by civil society and government for every half year. So it's truly a joint exercise. But the dialogues provide important information on economic, social, and environmental challenges to government. But, and here comes the second win, the organizers themselves, and they can be civil society organizations, they can be businesses, they can be individual people, they can be municipalities, they can be whoever wants to organize a dialogue. They are also able, these organizers, to use their own dialogue to their own purposes for development. And not just their own dialogue, but also the resume that comes from all of the national dialogues. So it's not just the government that gets this important information and uses it from the dialogue, it's everybody who organizes these dialogues can organize their dialogues to profit their own development work, to get their clients, their persons, their people's voices heard, but also to kind of use it directly. But what's the best thing in the dialogues, and this is the win-win-win, when I talk about dialogues, I want to emphasize that these dialogues are in small groups, maximum 12 people, and you don't have to come to a joint conclusion. You don't have to agree in the end. It's about increasing your understanding about the issue, about what the others think, about your own thinking, and everything that is discussed is taken into notes, and that's the valuable information we get. But it's also a very valuable experience per se for the participants of the dialogues. So in addition that it has an impact through the results of the dialogues in the government's policies at some point, it also has an impact right at that point for the persons who are taking in the dialogues. That's their feedback to us that it's really meaningful to take part. Since we started some years ago, we have had 800 dialogues and 200 different organizers. So that's the very big value in this, that in our society we have 200 different organizers, and that's also an important network for us and for the Finnish society. This spring, the theme was security and trust. We had 100 dialogues organized, 1,100 people participating, and what's also important, the age gap of the participants was from 5 years old to 90 years old. So we really reached the different audiences, the different people. And this would not be possible without the use or without the wide partnership, the networks and the organizers coming from different parts of our society. And at the time, we are always also looking to widen, of course, the organizers of the groups. We already think that we reach quite well also those people in the society who are less well heard. So we've been able to reach mental health patients, sex workers, parents of disabled children, elderly people, very many different alcoholics living in shelters and so forth. But we are all the time also trying to look if there are, for instance, immigrant groups that we have not yet reached, and try to get organizers who can reach those groups. And when I say we, I refer to the joint group that we work with the CSOs. So in this national dialogues is a completely joint project. And I wanted in the end just to mention that we have 3 principles in this work. The first one is openness and transparency. So like I already said, anyone can join, and principles are the same for everyone, and no one party dictates the theme. So the government has no veto in this. There's trust and equality as the second principle. So the activities are based on mutual trust and equal cooperation throughout the process. And then there is joint ownership. So the openness and trust enable the decentralization of the ownership of the national dialogues to all parties involved in the activities. And just to mention that at the moment, this autumn, we are talking about what brings us together in the Finnish society. So this is an effort to fight against, for instance, polarization. And this will also include, for instance, discussions on the future of schools, and also the reporting about the sustainable development goals and so forth. So these themes can be linked to very many areas, and the results can profit very many different policy initiatives and policy making in the Finnish society. So thank you.
네, 우리 가추 홀케.
Thank you very much, the financial counselor, Ms. Holkery. Your remarks that you are taking the citizens at the nearest possible. Of course, it's really important that we pay attention to the citizens near. So your first remark, opening remark, was very remarkable. Of course, we have to pay attention and listen carefully from the citizens near. So I'd like to cheer for the efforts of Villain. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to welcome the third student. The third speaker is the student of Ewha Women's University. Across the world, the phishing crimes are increasing around the world, and you developed an app. And in this process, how the public data was used, and what are the roles of the public data, and what are the areas for cooperation between the public and the private from the point of student? Can you please share? Nice to meet you. I am So Eun-jung. I am a student of Ewha Women's University. First of all, for the question that I'd like to talk about the direction and the role of the public data. In the app that I developed, that I'd like to share with you how the public data is used. The name is Phishing. We target phishing crimes by using AI technologies. We prevent phishing crimes so that the public sector can prevent crimes. With the technology development, there are advanced technology adopted crimes are increasing. So our app targeted preventing advanced crimes. And we drew 4 main insights, and then based on that, we made a phishing. There are 5 main functions in our app. We use Mel AI, the code. The first is that we detect a mail URL. If the message is delivered to the user, then the text message is analyzed, and based on the whitelist, the related URL is searched, and if the URL is matching with the data source, then it is considered as okay. And if not, then we go through the analysis for dangers to decide the level of these dangers. And the second function is fake smishing. So fake smishing if text message is given, sent to the consumer, the receiver, the consumer, the recipient can also be trained not to be the victim of phishing. And this app allows the recipient, the receiver of the message to report the crime to the police. And the last function is collecting the crime cases, so the victims can share their cases so that the group can prevent their the future crimes further. There are 2 key databases in our app. Is machine learning database, and the second one is generative AI data. Especially in the machine learning data, that we used public data, and the reported information is also regenerated so that the data is circulated in our machine learning. This is the database model used for machine learning. As you can see, public data was used. And this is how machine learning model has been applied. While developing the phishing, I realized the possibilities of adopting AI for serving possible crimes. Since AI can detect hidden patterns, that it can help humankind to solve social problems. For us to use AI to solve social issues, we have to build right data. If we put garbage in, then the garbage will be out. And this is the sentence that I have kept in mind. Depending on the amount of data and also depending on the quality of the data, that you can get good results. And the AI developed further if you put good amount of data. Therefore, it is urgent for us to collect as much as data, and also we have to process the data, and also we need to do labeling as well. And for us to build effective data, we have to focus three. First of all, we need to secure as much as possible, data as much as possible, and the data needs to come from various sources. AI detects potential patterns in an area where a human didn't see, that the AI can see the connection and then find the hidden patterns. Quantitative data as well as sound and image, all this data can be trained in the machine learning model. So we need to expand when it comes to collecting data. For us to perform these three main assignments, there is one key area. Private sector should not remain as a receiver. The private sector should generate good amount of data as well. My product, Fishing, collects data and the mail URL data can be utilized to and open to the public sector. By using the characteristics of AI, which can detect hidden pattern, then we can apply AI to solve various social issues. And to do that, the private sector should not be the receiving end from the government, but we should be the generator who can provide data to the public sector like we do through the app. Thank you. I'm a professor teaching at university. When I see students like, the student who goes beyond expectation, that I feel rewarded. And there is some negative notion or perspective on AI, but this is a positive example that we can apply AI, and we can obviously apply AI to make our social problems. And please support Ms. Jung by downloading the app. And the next speaker is Ms. Mi-hee Shin. She is the Director of Citizens Coalition for Democratic Media. This morning, I had the chance to talk with OECD Deputy Secretary General. In the world, there is increasing number of hate speech going on. So how can we prevent? What are the examples that you'd like to share with us? Nice to meet you. My name is Mi-hee Shin. I'm the Director of Citizens Coalition for Democratic Media. There are many citizens groups in Korea, but these groups are working hard to solve the issue of hate speech, hate expressions. The group that I'm involved in was established in 1948, and it has 30 years of history. We've been monitoring the democratic media. We are non-government organizations. Since its opening in 1984, the founding members were the reporters, journalists who were fired by then government. So the fired reporters, they formed the Citizens Coalition for Democratic Media to reflect the voice of the citizens. And with the power of citizens, then we are still working to achieve democratic media environment. Over the course of 30 years that we've been monitoring media activities, we've been monitoring the media, especially the Porter News, and also we are monitoring YouTube content. Through these activities that we make sure that the media is reflecting the voices. And we monitor if there are any false news and also report them when we detect them. And as mentioned earlier, we also monitor hate speech or hate speech related content. Discriminative and hate speeches cause social inequality. So one of our important roles is monitoring hate speech. We believe that the media can play an important role in affecting or making an environment where hate speech becomes conducive. During the May 18th democratic movement in the 1980s, there was a great democratic movement occurred in Korea. However, there are many attempts distorting the history and the records. So we are monitoring such movement. And especially for the related democratic movements occurred in Jeju, there are many distorted information going on. So we started monitoring such news coverage or hate speech. The reason that why we started having our attention, paying attention to hate speech is because in 2014, when Seoul ship was heading to Jeju, that the hundreds of students were sunken in the sea because a rescue team failed to rescue the students. And that time, the media distorted the news, not only about the students, but also the families. Therefore, our Citizens Coalition for Democratic Media realized that we need to actively respond to the wrong information, and that is the reason we started actively engaging in preventing false news in 2014. We are still continuously monitoring Seoul ship-related news. And also the recent Itaewon Halloween incident is also one of our main areas to monitor. And also we see increasing hate speech against the LGBTQ, the sex minorities, and also vulnerable people. So if we detect wrong information or hate speech, that we are reporting such cases to the government. And to stop hate speeches, and we are providing training for the citizens so that they can better deal with hate speeches. Especially the target is youth and students. We divide the training for youth and the young generations and also the general citizens. And we've been conducting training to enhance ability for the citizens to better deal with hate speech. We're also working closely with we believe that like Google, main news platform providers should comply with the rules so that hate speech can be prevented. If YouTube or Google are not active in preventing hate speech, then that can cause more problems. So, therefore, our organization and the related citizen organizations have visited Google to urge them to actively deal with hate speech. And also, we sent an official letter to global platform businesses in Korea. Like I said, that we are emphasizing. We are also talking to these main global news providers to provide fair information. And not only that, we are working with the Korean organization, human rights organization, and the related civil groups formed the media declaration in 2010. That is media practice declaration. So we gathered with the media people and the national government, a national organization, to provide guidelines for the people who are working in media to prevent hate speech. National Human Rights Committee has been operating forums to deal with hate speech. So stakeholders are gathered together to come up with solutions. Last year, with German Culture Center, we also held a conference. The theme was the power of truth. We talked about how to deal with the hate speech in Asia. So the Germany, Japan, and Hong Kong, and of course Korea, participated in our organization, Citizens Coalition for Democratic Media, share the citizens' efforts to monitor inappropriate expressions used in media. So we've been working closely with different stakeholders to produce good synergy. I introduced the efforts of the citizens group. Thank you.
표현은 전염병과 같아서 일단 차단하는.
So I believe that the hatred speech is very contagious, so it's really important to prevent that. So I agree with you. And it was really good to know that you strengthened the media literacy education. And then last but not least, we are going to listen to Mr. Carlos Santiso. And my question is like this. As a representative of an international organization, what are some of your international efforts to bring together different stakeholders, such as government, civil society, and the young generation? Please.
Yeah, no, thank you, Professor Nam. Also, let me also take this opportunity to thank the government of Korea for hosting this wonderful symposium this morning, and in particular our partnership between the OECD and the different partners here of the government of Korea, the Open Government Committee that you represent, Professor Nam, but also the Ministry of Interior and Safety, the Korea Policy Center, and the Korean Institute of Public Administration. So thanks again for this space for dialogue and exchange, which is one of the purposes of the OECD, is like to provide this platform where people can exchange experience, insight in a trusted environment. And let me also introduce myself a little bit more, because I'm heading this work in the OECD that tries to combine both how open government, public sector innovation, and digital government are interacting in different ways, in different shapes or forms in different countries, but at the end with the common purpose of putting citizens back at the center of policies. And I think that's where these discussions around innovative open government and the innovations in citizen participation is important, because at the end it's really to put people at the center of democratic politics and public policies in an environment in which there's a lot of disengagement and disillusion with a lot of these processes in many of our democracies. So I think that's one of the things that at the OECD we try to push forward, like saying, open government is much more than transparency and access to information. It's about meaningful, inclusive participations of all kinds of citizens in policies. And I think that's important to underscore. And one of the challenges we see facing in many countries is actually how you include those who do not participate for various reasons, because they don't want or they can't. And there's an issue that is quite challenging in terms of bringing people who do not necessarily participate in different policy processes back into those in a way that they are trusting not only the process but also the outcomes. So trusting that they also actually are listened to, being listened to. So one of the things that we somehow struggling in a lot of our democracies is really how to combine these two factors or these two processes around participatory processes and representation processes in a way that that sometimes these processes tend to be put into conflict. But how do we make sure that these are actually complementary in the way you engage citizens beyond elections or between elections? And let me just take one of the example of how these challenges are reflected in our member countries in particular. And let me take the case of Chile. Chile has been trying to reform its constitution in the past 2 or 3 years, 3 times. And the 3 times people went say basically no to what was proposed to them. And one of the challenges that the government of Chile faces is that they try to do that in different ways, in ways that were engaging citizens in meaningful ways. So the first attempt was a very inclusive participatory process that was designed in a very open manner. And then when it was put to referendum, the majority of people turned it down. So they try again a second time, where they look at stakeholders, engage in a more limited manner, where those who have a stake in those different reforms that the constitutional reforms were putting forward were put together also in committees, so that then after that was processed through the parliamentary assembly in particular. And then again, that was an attempt of activating the mechanism of representation of interest in a constitutional making process. And then when it went to referendum, again, it was turned down. So that's a reflection about how these sort of tensions between representation and participation are playing out, and how governments, in particular in democratic societies that are facing critical issues, but also a lot of polarizations, need to address those. And in the OECD, one of the things that we struggle with and that we are working on is the difference between stakeholders and rights holders. And how you engage these type of constituencies to improve policies or to improve the content of policies. And these two groups or these two types of participants have really a meaningful role and contribution to have in improving the quality of public policies. So when you have stakeholders engaging in policies in which they have a stake, obviously that will improve the quality of the policies, because that will involve those that are directly directly sort of engaged or included in those policies. And that's a very important processes, and we see that, for example, in how governments are designing regulations in different sectors, where you engage stakeholders in those sectors to improve the quality of those regulations. But then you have citizens, and citizens don't necessarily have a stake in specific policies, but they have rights to express their opinions and the trades-off between different priorities that are being sought. And in that case, citizens as rights holders, and that could be more like including shareholders of democracies can express their opinion on policies that they don't necessarily have a stake on. And some of these things are quite difficult to manage for a lot of countries and a lot of governments. But to do that in an effective way, one of the lessons we see from the OECD countries is that this participation has to be inclusive and meaningful. Inclusive in the way the different actors, in particular those who do not participate, are brought into those processes, but also meaningful in terms of having an impact that governments also communicate back in terms of what has been the results of those participations. So I'll be very short in a couple of examples there, but one of the ways that we see, for example, these things playing out in the level of trust is that some groups tend to trust governments less, and they tend to be participating less. For example, we know that women tend to trust governments less than men, for example. Young people trust governments less than more adults. So I think one of the challenges is like to find tailored approaches to all of these kind of communities so that they effectively can be brought into the fold. An example from New Zealand, for example, where the government there has been doing a lot of efforts for a long time in trying to build the Maoris into the different policies, not only those that are affecting the Maori community, but broader policies as well. And this is an interesting process whereby it's a mechanism that is not ad hoc, but it's like an institutional process where you bring the mechanism of including that type of populations into the fold. We've seen, and we're doing a lot of work around citizens' assemblies as a way to bring different right holders into these discussions around policies. We see, for example, around managing the green transition, where citizens' assemblies have been quite effective at bringing different voices to bear into these policies. These mechanisms, in particular deliberative citizens' assemblies, are also be quite effective because they've been like quite proactive in engaging those specific communities that tend to participate less and providing different ranges of perspectives, for example, and supporting the participation of those communities, for example, around providing compensation for participation, helping transportation, and helping a number of costs that are related to that participation. One of the examples also we have from that has been quite effective is from Spain in the Basque Country, for example, in Tolosa, where there's been like a proactive effort by the Spanish authorities to engage citizens that do not necessarily tend to participate effectively in those processes to have their say. Let me just like conclude, because we're also quite short on time here, about how digital is basically changing these equations in good, bad, and ugly ways in many ways. And our colleague has outlined some of these ugly ways that technologies are also changing these games. But what we see is that also technologies and different, in particular civic technologies, have a huge potential to more effectively engage some population, in particular the youth, in different processes. And again, in the panel before, our friend from Spain also mentioned the experience, for example, of city governments in Barcelona and Madrid that have done these participatory platforms to engage citizens, in particular the youth, in terms of policies. And then we've seen, like, for example, earlier this year in Europe, the network of young European federates to also develop a civic participation platform to engage people, and in particular the youth, around the big challenges of the parliamentary elections in Europe in June. And that was quite effective, really, to get the discussion going. But at the same time, we also see some of the challenges, and in particular around AI. And we've seen that a lot of countries are trying to also bring different stakeholders and right holders around the discussion on AI regulation. But also AI is also like a big tool to digest participation more effectively, but it also can be used to distort participation. And so there's also the other side of the coin. And in that discussion in particular, you have a coin with two faces, no? A positive and a negative in many ways. So let me conclude there, and really reinforcing that one of the conclusions we have on our work around participation in trust in particular is really the issue that the need to go beyond participation as a mean, but also in terms of the results that it has to have a specific impact on policies, so that people also are trusting that processes. We see in governments like Brazil, for example, that are establishing these mechanisms very effectively in terms of engaging people in policies, but also having governments feedback people on how they've been how they've been listened to. And I think when we talk about those issues, that the issue of listening right to the voices of the people is quite important. So thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 여러 이해관계
Thank you very much. Inducing and leading participation from many different stakeholders would not be easy, but we could learn from the experiences from Spain and Chile. And then we are a little bit behind the schedule, but I was wondering if there's any question from the floor, from the floor to the 5 panelists. Maybe we can answer one question before closing the session.
네, 말씀을 마이크를 좀 전달해 주시죠.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I'm from the Ministry of Justice. I'm lawyer Jang Hae-won. First of all, thank you for sharing many different perspectives about solving issues together with the government and the civil society together. My question goes to Ms. Kim and Mrs. Chung. So when it comes to voice phishing app and CCTV app, you said the public data is used, and if public data is used, maybe the calls or texts that were shared by citizens may be used. So rather than public data, I think that goes into the privacy area as well. So solving the social issues by using public data and AI would be a good result, but at the same time, when you collect the data, maybe privacy violation may happen. So what's your opinion about this, and how are you working on this? So rather than Chung, I think it's better for Director General Kim to answer this question.
My voice phishing case used the data inside government, including the personal information, the call data, actual data used in crime, voice phishing crime, the phone, the scam over the phone. The data is different. We have, so I emphasize the pseudonymization and anonymization. It cannot be detected, it cannot be recognized as a personal data. It's different data. Soon, she used the public data. It is not including the privacy, the data, personal data. It is already opened. So she explained the data is about SMS and URL, the source. This is already published by organization이 뭐였죠? 예. 포털에서 했는데 주로 키사 인터넷진흥원이죠. 그러니까 released by 키사 인터넷진흥원, but our voice phishing data, we are collaboration of Ministry of the Interior and Ministry of the ICT, also Ministry of the Privacy Protection Commission, and also including the Financial Committee, 금융위원회, and also the data from National Forensic Service, 국가수, and Police Administration. So the collaboration of ministries, agencies, investigative bodies, they have all it is public data, but it is not released to the public. It's different data. But also, she used already public data. It's also valuable because the crime data cannot use it or release to the public. So we just this is the very important collaboration between ministries, and so there is just some treatment process. All data cannot be released to the public. I like to emphasize the pseudonymization and 가명화 처리, pseudonymization, 가명화 처리, and anonymization. This 익명화 처리. So I'd like to clarify the data is different, open to the public, and inside government is evidence-based administration, evidence-based policy in order to achieve evidence-based policies. We also utilize between ministries, agencies, and administrations, also including private industries. So let me finish this, and then 정소분, maybe.
네,
Thank you very much. Director General Kim, I know that she can give us more and more explanation, but I had to stop her because of the time limit. So we have already used up our time. So if you have more opinions to share, please contact our committee. Thank you very much once again. Please give them another big round of applause to the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nam and speakers. That wraps up our second session, which emphasized the importance of co-creation and partnership. Now, we're going to set up the stage for the session 3. Our final session, organized by the Korea Institute of Public Administration, will explore collaborative innovation for addressing future policy challenges. And with interest of time, then I would like to request that the conversation is led according to our agreed time schedule. And let me introduce Moderator Professor Na Tae-jun to the stage and the speakers. Yes, the final session will start, and the floor is yours, Professor Na.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 제3세션에
Everybody, welcome to session 3. In session 3, that we're going to talk about collaborative innovation for addressing future policy challenges. And the session is given by the Korea Institute of Public Administration. Nice to meet you. My name is Professor Na. I am from the Yonsei University. Since we are running behind the schedule, that I'd like to start by introducing our panelists. Let's begin. I'd like to introduce Mr. Cho Se-hyun, Dr. Cho Se-hyun. He's from she's from senior research. She is a senior research fellow, Korea Institute of Public Administration, and also senior research fellow of Science and Technology Policy, Institute Park Chan-soo. And I'd like to welcome Park Soo-jung, Secretary General of Citizens Coalition for Better Government, and also Mr. Jung Min-seung, Assistant Editor of Hankuk-ilbo, and Mr. Paul Masen, Chief of Global Program of OGP. Welcome. Since we are running behind the schedule, I'd like to ask the panelists to give. So, Ms. Cho, I'll give you 15 minutes.
안녕하십니까? 정책 난제 대응을 위한 협력적 혁신을
Nice to meet you. Today, I'd like to talk about the collaborative innovation for addressing future policy challenges. I'd like to talk about what collaboration has been made over the last 5 years that we have been operating Open Lab in the Korea Institute of Public Administration. Our lab was established to deal with the various issues, and for us to deal with the various issues that we need to involve different stakeholders. So in our policy lab that we need to utilize various methods, and these methods will help us to establish the open government. I have two types of examples for local ones and the overseas ones. But today I'd like to focus on the Korean cases. As you're familiar, that our policy lab was established to encourage collaborative innovation, because for complex issues, the central government cannot solve the issues alone. So we believe that we had to work with different stakeholders to come up with innovative solutions. To build the open government, various stakeholders had the platform to talk and collaborate. And this involves creative procedures. So as part of such effort, Policy Lab is being utilized. Policy Lab collects different components, and these are consisting factors. And we also have referred to OECD, OPS, and taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank OECD, OPS. Our policy lab recognizes the policy issues from the user-centered perspective. We see problems as a comprehensive problems. So we work with different stakeholders, especially the public sector. So the different public agents must have different perspectives. So we combine our views together, and we combine not only top-down but also the bottom-up approaches so that we can identify areas to improve. Abroad, audiences can identify fast changing environment and what are the solutions. Again, in this environment, public servants cannot come up with solutions, so we need to keep up with the fast changing environment and the trends. So we need to keep up with the fast changing trends. And by using this policy lab, that we share the responsibility, that the public servants share our responsibility, and also we expand our network. And these are the consisting factors of policy lab. In terms of methods, that we identify problems together, and then we apply systematic approach, systematic thinking, and the multi-level thinking. And with the various stakeholders involved, that we identify problems. We review various cases overseas. And there are many running policy labs. I'm sure that you're familiar with this design. And that's the innovation framework has opened this kind of scheme. And based on that I have added the roles of each stage. Our policy lab is doing our role in between number 1 and the number 2 in terms of stage. For dealing with overseas cases, there are cases stage 3, stage 4, and I know that the Finland cases cover number 7 in terms of stage, so I'm gonna skip the overseas cases. So to deal with the future issues, that we adopt sustainability as one of our important agenda. And in the UK, that the government operates own policy lab. So design thinking has been adopted to solve public issues. And also in this process, collaboration involving various stakeholders is encouraged. And an autonomous vessel can be agenda, and to utilize autonomous vessel, various stakeholders are involved. That is also a good example. And Nesta is familiar with you, right? In the UK, and the US case is in this lab. It's also providing training and supporting public sectors to solve their issues. In the US, academia and their research outcomes are adopted into public problem solvings. And now I'd like to talk about Korean examples. Not only our lab, but also that we are working with the KDI and then science research centers. We have created an open platform We started such app in the economic sector. The planning ministry wanted to involve the private sector because they realize that if the public servants come up with the solutions, that sometimes those solutions are difficult to be applicable to the private sector. So the government servant, public servants realize importance of bottom-up approach. So that is why the lab was established. That was the beginning of public lab, especially in the planning ministry, budget and planning ministry. And the role of lab is keeping up with the trend. And this is based on the understanding that sectors have to work together, going beyond the silos. So open policy lab or the open innovation lab has been utilized. So KIPA has been inviting experts, and then we had a flexible approach in terms of deciding agenda. We are a research institute. However, we had to start different approaches. We, of course, had to analyze the agenda. But before doing that, we had to invite other stakeholders to come up with agenda. And to do that, we worked with working groups. And then we had to further expand our network through various channels, especially workshops. So through this workshop, that we added and learn each other through knowledge. And also we performed as a coordinator. And we worked as a designer and constructor, keeping the opinion and construct them for us to reflect them on policy making. We search the agenda, and we also discuss the agenda and apply them. As you can see that we are applying a comprehensive approach, and in this process that we seek various public sectors and the collaborators. And after that, we set up working group, and then again identify agenda, and then set the comprehensive approach. We don't have enough time to go through each stage. We have conducted various seminars with experts, and by listening to expert opinions, that we did our best to hear voices from different representations and to invite various stakeholders. We considered various approaches and to reflect the various voices as much as possible. And based on these various activities that we combined agendas, and also we identify what are the activities going on in silo, and identified the areas for further collaboration. We met with different stakeholders, and we talked with experts in workshop. The working group, the number of the participants in the working group is high. However, when we hold a workshop, that we had in-depth, with the limited number of experts. Starting from 2020, we've been operating OPL, Open Policy Lab. We started a smart mobility service, and in 2021, we expanded our scope. We mainly dealt with smart moving and robots and the related human resources. In 2021, that we started promoting the human resources and robotics, and we started listening from the private sector in 2022, and we started considering a digital twin and what are the areas to focus for public sector to realize digital twin. And to communicate better, we formed different working groups to communicate better. And in 2024, we started expanding our scope. We started our approach in the economic sector. As you can see that our range has expanded into the population decrease in the rural areas, and this portfolio has been formed. And this year, we've been focusing on the population change. And this is an amazing opportunity because the Ministry of Interior and Safety also focuses on dealing with population decrease in rural areas. So we are on the same page in terms of the agenda focus. We've been operating working groups on many areas. One area is public sector AI. For different working groups that we are applying top-down and bottom-up. I think this is really meaningful that we are not only solely working, but we're working closely with the Ministry of Interior and Safety on the same agenda. You see this achievement so far while operating the working group that we've been meeting with the public, of course, private and academia. And we've been running various tools and systems, and we have visualized agenda to help the participants understand better. We suggested 32 strategies. And this one shows how we worked to solve mobility issue in a new area. And the second agenda that I'm showing you here is the robot delivering goods. So these innovative solutions should be not only talked in the public sector, but it should be utilized actively. So we also open to more opinion to have our ideas being implemented.
잠시만요. 요거는 이제 로봇에 관한
And this is about robotics and human resources development. Human resources, the experts in the robotics said that they should not only build robots, but they should be able to manage. So we operate a working group to support the human resources development and digital twin related content. And this is the slide about the population decrease, how to deal with it. And we sent our research fellows to task force group to deal with population decrease. And for AI issues that we've been working closely with experts, inviting the public sector and the private sector, and you see that we are brainstorming for agenda.
그다음에 이제 이런 사례들 이외에 이제 저희가 이제 그 좀
So besides these points that we have also made other achievements. One is that the researchers here in our group see their roles more creative, and we are utilizing various tools like design thinking has been applied to, and also we've been working closely with the Mongolia public servants. So for us to achieve innovative collaboration, what can we do through Policy Lab? Of course, we have to provide training to promote design thinking and system thinking. And not only tools, but also we have to set up good mindset. And to operate the Policy Lab, we have to form good structure, organizational structure. And the government has to provide innovative support because the Policy Lab often can be new. And as the last page before close, I'd like to discuss how we can collaborate with the government. There are public servants who are responsible for innovation. So these experts should provide support to Policy Labs. so that these experts can be invited in the process, and the public servant and the policy lab researchers should work together to micromanage, and this process, new agenda can be developed. And then the Ministry of Interior and Safety can provide budget and also support. So this kind of flexible approach would make the policy lab and its operation more successfully. Thank you.
네, 조세현 박사님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. She has summarized well within the given time. And then I believe that the participation of different stakeholders' engagement would be one of the most important characteristics for the open government. And then I have also participated in one of the labs that she mentioned. And I don't know if you have that experience as well, but what I felt was that flexibility and security and were good values that we could gain, but at the same time, learning something from each other was really important experience as well. And then we could know what we were not doing well, and then we could learn, and then we could make improvement. That was helpful for the public and the private as well. However, there should be some limitations as well, and the concerns. I think it would be good if we can talk about that later, but if we have any chance later. So now let me start the panel discussion. We have only 20 minutes left, so please use only 5 minutes per panelist. Let's start with Mr. Park.
예, 소개받은 과학기술 정책.
Hello, I'm Park Chan-soo, Senior Research Fellow from Science and Technology Policy Institute of Korea. We had a good chance to study and then experiment the lab on our platform, just like the Korea Institute of Public Administration did. I think we can share our own experiences and the differences as well. So we are one of the national research institutes in charge of science and technology, and our goal is smart producing and manufacturing. The manufacturing is our keyword, so maybe the companies were most of the participants. Digital transformation is a big issue for the world, and then we have operated this to understand how digital transformation will affect the businesses. The working groups consisted of experts on site, and they focus more on the future issues. And then we invited 10 people. So it took about 3 months to organize a single working group. And I think that was a really good, important experience because it took some more time to organize the group, and it was a big mission to bring right candidates. Otherwise, we would be lost in the middle of the process. So that was really difficult. So we had interviews, and then we organized a group, and then after that, we tried to find out how we would proceed with that. We wanted to know whether they came on behalf of the company or on behalf of themselves. And you know, if we send a letter like notice to like businesses or companies as an official letter, then it would take more time. So we invited personally. And then we needed facilitator. And the facilitator should have should be able to translate the on-site language to the policy language, because the language understood by the people on the site are more like complaints or requests. But to translate it into policy language, somebody should play a role. So our role was like a facilitator to translate this, and we could not do it at once. So when I had more and more discussion in September and October, we had a separate workshop for translation only. So the experts, like the administrative experts, did not join the workshop. And then we went through this workshop, and it took about 5 years. Just like Mr. La said, if you ask me whether they were incorporated into policies, then, well, I cannot say yes right away. But we have talked about global standard, and people develop their interest in this, and then Korean companies usually request a standard, but they don't participate in making that standard. So that's one of our big concerns. So communication was really important, listening to each other, and then incorporating it to make better policies. So that was really important and meaningful result from that group. And then while discussing together, we could also build some trust in public sector. I don't know if they really trusted or not, but still they could know what public sector was doing at least. But it was kind of unfortunate that public officials could not participate in our efforts. I'm not sure the cause, but maybe it was unfamiliar for the public officials for that kind of process, or maybe they felt too heavy accountability. But I think it would be good if we have more public officials to participate in the middle of the process. So we have completed almost 5 years, and from next year, we will start a new project so that we can make more efforts to bring whatever is discussed on site to make it as a new policy for Korea and for open government. We will see it from the open government and innovation, public policy innovation perspective, and we will continue our trials from next year as well. So how much public policies have incorporated the voices from the side will be our focus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Park. He has shared very vivid experiences from the on-site. So STEPI plays roles and responsibility of the research institute, even as a facilitator. So I think that was really meaningful. And now let's listen to Secretary General Park Soo-jung. 5 minutes, please. So we have listened to what have been done from the Open Government Committee, and I have led the Citizens Coalition for Better Government of Korea. And we have worked with the young generation to make policy suggestions, and then Youth Ombudsman is now in operation under our coalition. While doing so, many roles are played by the research institute, and then that's our consideration as well. But in addition to that, well, we are not in the full implementation phase yet, but I believe that the policy labs should think about the implementation steps from now on already, because when we try to implement, sometimes we are not fully ready. So in the policy lab, as we have many stakeholders engagement, I think it would be good if we can talk about more specific systems to implement whatever was discussed. And then he has talked about a separate workshop to translate into public policy. That was a really good idea. And then how we can collaborate more to improve the capacity, and then how we can make a kind of a venue, a platform to share such ideas. Well, I think they are really important, and I think research institutes must play a role to improve this area. And unfortunately, researchers cannot conduct studies on what they want to study, but rather they are studying the issues that were proposed by the government. So I think we need to make a system where the needs from the society will be reflected on the latest research subjects. And also citizens and stakeholders must consider themselves as a global citizens. Labs are working for mostly domestic issues, but I think all of the issues are all connected and they transcend the national borders. They are coming to us very fast. So we have to have a sense of global citizens and the members of global community. So we have to keep this together. And then we have to educate people around the world at the same time. Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Interior, Aid Safety, and then Prime Minister's offices must play more roles. And then the roles of the Ministry of Science, like Ministry of ICT, must be expanded as well. And I think they all start from the cultural changes. So Ministry of Culture is also playing a really important role here. The government's roles are important so that the related government agencies will work together. So we need the platforms to connect the every effort. Flexibility, integrity, and transparency must be improved. And then the level of information sharing inside must be improved. And then the members must work really together to share creation and sharing of such work. And I think in that way, we will have a more tangible result.
새로운
So we need to conduct new experiments to implement good platform. So our question should be how. So Open Policy Lab is based on our deliberation on how. Then how we can monitor our improvement. That is also an important role for KITA to take. And Ms. Park, thank you. Secretary General Park, thank you. And I'd like to give the microphone to Jung Min-sung, the Assistant Editor at 한국일보.
Working for the 한국일보, the mother paper of Korea Times. I'm happy and honored to be here today to share my thinking about the open government and the ways for the collaborative innovations or innovative collaborations. Actually, I had experienced working in the ASEAN countries as a foreign correspondent, so I could take chance to see and listen how the government working together in that area. So this is one point that I want to know while I'm covering the Ministry of Home Affairs in Korea. I think it will take more than 1 hour when I speak in English. I gotta take the interpreter chance. 사실
I've been thinking, why am I here? I'm a reporter, journalist. Public sector introduces policies, and I am standing between the citizens and the public sector. And as As a person standing between these two, I'd like to share my thoughts. One of the important agenda that the government is focusing is population decrease and also environmental issues. If I see these two, these are really difficult to solve. We've been solving, the humankind has dealing with this various existing issues. However, that the government is struggling in terms of population decrease and the environmental degradation. So those two areas require innovative collaboration. This word open government gives me the thoughts. I wonder, why should it be open? It's because there are issues that one single government cannot solve. So the governments have to hold hands together. Then we have to talk about how we can do better to enhance collaboration. We have to decide where to collaborate. As a journalist, that I've been thinking about where to collaborate. If the reporter doesn't go to the field, an incident happens, then you read the news, then you don't feel the site. Then the reporter produces the garbage because the article doesn't contain the voices of the site. So this is the same. I think I see some commonalities in the roles between the reporter and the public officials. If the public officials don't go to the site, then you cannot hear the voices. If reporters write articles without going to the site, then the news lose the voices of the people in the site. I see that the Ministry of Interior and Safety, the public servants are going to the site and try to hear the voices of the citizens. So I think that is very recommendable. And I'd like to focus, since I talked about the area, I'd like to talk about the subject. It is ideal that public and the private sector have to work together, but we have to work together with foreign countries. In terms of economic status, Korea is number 10, like 10-ish, but the problems that we're facing are not solely Korea's problems. Population dwindling is not Korea's problem. We also see that the Japanese government is struggling with the population decrease issue. So we can work closely with Japan. Starting from Monday, that internal affair government officers are working together. Japan and Korea are working together. So we have meeting in Japan and also in Korea. There are policies that we can learn from Japan. And one good example is living population. If you set the population number as a number, then you play zero-sum game with other local governments. And two countries have shown interest in the Japanese example. The corporations observe human resources from local community. So young people go to the center area to work for big corporations. So the big corporations also provide support to these decreasing local areas. So my point here is that we not only cooperate between public and private sector, but also we have to work with the other overseas partners. Thank you. Thank you for your clear direction. So we have to focus not only the area, but also the subject. We have to expand our partnership with other foreign counterparts. And please continue to your hard work. And now I'd like to welcome Paul Massen.
Thank you. So many interesting things in the conversation so far. I'd like to respond to so much, but I see a clock in front of me, and I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll be short. The argument I would like to make, I can't add to the Korean examples, obviously, but the argument I would like to make is that the open government movement, the open government partnership in itself is a global policy lab, and it touches on your point that we need to cross-border collaboration. Now, one of the most important things that came out of the conversation was the importance of participation, bringing in different voices from the field, making sure they're heard. And if you listen to the words of Mary Goodman this morning, that referenced the trust survey of the OECD, you can understand why that's so important. For those who feel they have a say in government, 69% trust national government. For those who feel that they don't have political agency and they cannot influence government, it's only 22%. So that importance of political agency, of giving people a say, having them participate, is incredibly relevant. And we've seen, of course, a wave of innovations on participation, on deliberative democracy. Some work better than others. I think we're all still trying to figure out which method to use when. But the idea of participation as itself as an important topic, I think, is clear by now. So if you take a number of aspects of what innovation and policy labs look like, and you plot them on the Open Government Partnership, I think you get a very nice match. So let me try this. And I tried it last night, so if it doesn't work, tell me over lunch and I'll try something else next time. So the reason OGP was created was that there was an idea in the room at the time that the existing multilateral approach with geopolitical dimension that favored the West didn't really fit anymore in trying to answer the complex problems we were facing. So the idea of OGP was to turn that around and make it much more bottom-up. So OGP in itself was designed to change the status quo of international organizations approaches, and the top-down thinking that they often had. But the model it created, the second important point, is a model of co-creation between stakeholders from inside and outside government. So going beyond the public sector, which is another important element of policy labs, to shape an ambitious agenda, to set priorities, and to create trust and buy-in across society. That co-creation in the case of OGP is locked down in permanent dialogue mechanisms or multi-stakeholder fora or open government committees, as it's called here in Korea. And one of the reasons to do that is to guard yourself against political vulnerability. Innovation has the tendency, and it came out of the presentation as well, to appear, something is tested, piloted, and then sometimes it disappears because we don't immediately get it right. Or because another minister comes into place that doesn't like the idea and wants something new. So having a permanent dialogue, a permanent conversation is a way to counter that political vulnerability. It also allows to address more complex problems, wicked problems, as it was called, because the action plan cycle of OGP allows for iteration over time. You start with something simple, and the next action plan, you improve it. Many countries in OGP, in their first action plans, made the commitment to open up government data And they did massively, but without necessarily thinking about the quality of the data, the interoperability of the data, or the use of the data. That came in Action Plan 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Peer learning and support is at the heart of our approach as OGP. As a couple of colleagues on the panel have mentioned, you can do a lot on your own. You can do much more if you have an open mind to what others have done and learned. So the peer learning, the peer support, the peer inspiration is incredibly important, especially because so many problems nowadays are cross-border. And there is a strong emphasis on not just action through the action plans, obviously, but also experimentation and innovation, and celebrating that, already sharing inspiring ideas before they are implemented. And sometimes that's criticized because, okay, let's wait first to see if it actually happens. But we feel it's really important to also show the ideas that are out there, the plans that are out there, and then see how you can help each other. And of course, that approach often encounters skepticism and resistance, as does many innovations, because they challenge the ways of working and they challenge how people are used to doing things. We try to counter that with that inspiration and energy, as I said, but more importantly also with real results. And I think after 12 years of experimentation, our data at least shows us that if you work with other stakeholders, if you really involve them in the conversation, you get more ambitious agendas, but you also get better results. So that way of participatory approach and co-creation actually works. And finally, the ambition of open government, everyone will have their own definition. But I think for me personally, it's important that it's not just about strengthening democracy or better government in itself. That's almost it's a goal in itself, but it's also a step towards better societal outcomes, right? Better outcomes for the people and with the people. I think that's the essence of open government. So if you combine and compare open government and policy labs, I think you will see there's a lot of similarities that are important. And I think the one I want to close with is, I think, the challenge we also have in common. The challenge is that whenever you're working on innovation and experimentation, the risk is that political vulnerability, the risk is also solutions not sticking. And I think the challenge policy labs have, but also the open government movement has, is how do you go from niche to mainstream? How do you make sure that open government is not a conversation of a handful of people in the ministry, but it actually translates cross-government and it becomes institutionalized and mainstreamed. I think that is the big challenge for us as the open government movement. And I think that probably is also the big challenge for policy labs to figure out how they can make sure that these wicked problems, these big societal problems, are just not discussed in a participatory way, but actually lead to the outcomes societies need long term. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 네.
Thank you very much. So, as Arnold said, and as Paul said, we are faced with complex issues around the world, and then I hope that OGP will help us to step towards the solution for the global community. We are way behind the schedule, but I was wondering if there's any question from the floor. If there is no question, we will close here. And then maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday, I saw one question. The young people said that thought that the government is not doing its job enough to tackle climate change, and they filed a lawsuit against the government, and they actually won the case. So the young generations are all included in our solution. And then the lawsuit, actually, the result actually recognized the importance of the role of the future generation. So I'm sorry that I cannot give you more minutes, but let us wrap up session 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your lively discussions. And this concludes our sessions for today. And today, the Global Symposium on Open Government featured discussions how we can co-create and partner with each other to solve problems together. And participants discuss a wider range of topics from everyday issues like traffic congestions and hate speech to policy challenges for future generations, such as depopulation and regional shrinkage. And lastly, to conclude today's symposium, I'm pleased to welcome Director General Hwang Myung-seok of Government Innovation at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. He will summarize the key points from today's discussions and provide closing remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. My name is Hwang Myung-seok. I'm the Director General of Government Innovation Bureau of Ministry of Interior and Safety. I've been writing notes while listening to the discussion, so I'd like to go through everything, but I don't have enough time. But before I finish that, I'd like to once again thank you, Financial Counsel and Head of the Governance Policy Unit of Ministry of Finance in Finland, Ms. Katsu Holkeri. Thank you so much. We are here to talk about the open government. It means that we'd like to uphold the values of open government, democracy, and we are here together work closely to make a better society. We have listened to various good examples, and I'm sure that the current audiences would found these examples very informative. And in the information that we will have another meeting, this kind of occasion shows how the world, our counterparts, global counterparts, are working together to make the Earth a better place to live. We are here to prevent the problems that can make the lives of young generations difficult in the future. We are given wonderful tools, technologies, so we have to wisely use them. I'd like to add more, however, we are running out of time, so I hope that the foreign counterparts have wonderful time in Korea, and I look forward to meeting you in the afternoon again. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Director General. As we wrap up these enlightening sessions, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all distinguished moderators, speakers, and the audience joining us in person and online. I'd like to thank all of you for your active participation and valuable insights. Thank you.